All right, those of you online in class, they are working on their assignments. You guys have some as well. You should be working on page number 100 and 101. You are supposed to be filling in the prophets that God used and just read those verses and put the name of the prophet. Also today you have your field notes, so make sure that you're working on that. And I'll run through this. I think some of you, your field notes were up there. Let me run through this for those of you online just in case you have not picked those up. Do make sure this week, I believe all except Brianna. Brianna, I did not have it done when your mom came. So except for you and I'll talk to your mom and see when we can get that to you. But the rest of you, you need to pick it up because you do have your quiz, which you will take on Friday. That is here, so you need to pick up those field notes or your packet this week with all the information, and there is a quiz in there from Bible. So Monday, you're supposed to read Matthew chapter 24, 1 through 25. That's for Monday, Matthew 24, 1 through 25. Tuesday, Matthew 24, 26 to 51. 24, 26 to 51. Wednesday, Matthew 25, 1 through 30. Matthew 25, 1 through 30. Thursday, Matthew 25, 31 to 46. Matthew 25, 31 to 46. Then you have your big takeaway for the week. Write that down and then write Psalm 1, 3, and 4. Psalm 1, 3, and 4, which is also your memory verse. So those are your field notes. Let's see, some of you did not send me anything. So that means you have taken zeros, evidently, for the week. Last week, as far as what you did, you were supposed to send me that by yesterday. You did not send that to me. So if you have it done, you have a reason, let me know. And we can talk. But some of you, I'm going to have to be contacting your parents because you took 3 zeros last week for just not turning anything in. So I will have to contact them. But please do let me know why that is. There is, let's see, Erica. Erica, you are on here. Erica, I got your verse quiz, but I did not get your field notes or your bookwork. So please do send that to me, and that way you can get credit for that. I did get your verse quiz, but I did not get the other one, so I'm not sure if maybe it was attached, just did not come through. But so far, all I have from you is your verse quiz. I did receive that. Okay. All right, so I think that's all we need to do for online, and I'll have you guys sign in just a few moments there. All right, here, those of you that are working, do make sure you do have to have your mask on. Make sure that's on. Make sure it stays on, and that's just a help to us. And then also, do make sure you're only working on Bible stuff. I think I already did say that. Again, what I will have to do is just start taking the stuff that you're working on, and maybe that would discourage you from working on those. But just work on Bible right now, and that will help you. Here's what I want. A couple quick announcements. One, your memory verses. Okay? The version of the Bible that we use is the King James Version of the Bible. I know there's different versions, but we use the King James Version of the Bible. So when you write your memory verse, it needs to be the King James Version of the Bible. Okay, please help me with that. I had somebody turn in one last week that was a different version. And so I'll talk to you personally, but I do want everybody to make sure that you're using that version of the Bible. And your church may use a different one, and I don't have a problem with that at all. But that's what we're using in class here. And so help us out. I don't want you to get a poor grade on a quiz that you studied for just because it's a little bit different, and I would count off some of those words there. All right. Now let's go ahead and let's do this. Let's go ahead. Everybody stand. All right. Everybody stand. Everybody standing. We're going to go through our books of the Bible, and we will see who the smartest people in this room are. I know there are several of you that are just basically borderline geniuses. And so we get to see that intelligence fully on display for all of us right now. Do make sure that your Bible is closed. Make sure it does not happen to open up to your table of contents or anything like that, all right? Let's see. Who takes the claim as the smartest individual in the room? Nico, I see your hand. Nico, are you saying you are the smartest individual in the room? I saw it looked like a hand was going up. Would anybody argue that? I mean, I think Nico's a very intelligent young man. Anybody dispute that he is the most intelligent person in the room? Anybody dispute that? Look at this. Nobody does. Everybody's like, Nico is a genius. Nico, how does that make you feel? And humble. All right, a genius and humility all in one. What a great example to us all. All right, Nico, can you start us off with the very first book of the Bible? All right, here we go. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus. All the way in the back here. The next book after Judges, do you know? What is it? Good. Ruth is the last book. What's that comes after Ruth? What is it? Very good. 1 Samuel. We'll go right up here. Okay. 5 seconds. 5. 1 Kings. Five. The last book is Nehemiah. 5 seconds. No, not quite. Not quite. All right, Nehemiah is my last one. Esther. All right, if you missed it, go ahead and sit down, all right? Esther's my last. Job. 5 seconds, okay. Job. Yes, you. All right. Psalms. See, there's the genius right there. All right, Psalms. Going over here. Proverbs. Ecclesiastes. Song of Solomon. 5 seconds. Song of Solomon's my last. Jasmine, you got it? You seem very confident. 3, 2, what is it? No. What? Song of Solomon's my last, right? Song of Solomon? No. Song of Solomon's my last. Do you know? No. Guys, when we get to the prophets, I know these are the harder ones. These are. So these are the ones we got to spend a little bit more time working on, all right? So Song of Solomon's my last. It's your first major prophet. They're dropping like flies here. No. Isaiah, there we are. Jeremiah. What is it? No. Jeremiah's my last. Do make sure you're not working on anything else right now, or I will have to take what you are working on and you won't get any credit for it. What was it? Jeremiah's my last, right? Jeremiah. Isaiah. Okay, good. Ezekiel. Isaiah, Jeremiah, Lamentations, Ezekiel. Don't know. Daniel. What was it? Hosea. Where am I going back? Joel. Obadiah. Jonah. Micah. Nahum. Habakkuk. Zephaniah is my last. What is it? The song does make it harder when you're going quick. All right, 5 seconds. What is it? Hudson, which one did you do? What was yours? Okay, now you guys have me all confused. All right. All right, let's see here. Let's see. The last one. What was yours? Okay. Zephaniah. Zephaniah is the last. 5 seconds. Haggai. Malachi. All right, there we are. You guys take a seat. Give a round of applause to our last ones. Very good. And hey, let me say this. Great job. Up until the prophets, I think we pretty much knew it. That's great. And that's a big improvement over where we were at a couple of months ago. Let me say this. The prophets is where you're going to have to do your work, those major and minor prophets, because you got a lot of names that you're not as familiar with, and so you're going to have to spend some time working there. But I am greatly encouraged by that. You guys seem to have a much better handle on it. This week, your extra credit are the next 10. What was the last one we did? Okay. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, 1 Samuel, 2 Samuel. So my next 10 after that are 1 Kings, 2 Kings, 1 Chronicles, 2 Chronicles, Ezra, Nehemiah, Esther, Job, Psalms, Proverbs. Okay? So those are the 10 that will get you some extra credit for both quizzes. Your quiz on Thursday and your quiz on Friday, both of those will give you extra credit just from knowing those 10. So make sure that you are prepared for that. All right, take out your books. Turn to the next lesson in your books. The next lesson. We will finish up the lesson we were on because you guys are finishing up the information on that because you guys are going to write in the prophets' names and all of that. So turn to your next lesson, which is on, what page are we on? 103. Okay, 103. And we look at the hardest lesson ever learned. So do me a favor, those of you working on your field notes, put those away right now as well. We look at the hardest lesson ever learned. We've all had to learn lessons the hard way, unfortunately. You know, we've all been warned not to do something, and for whatever reason, we thought, I can do this and it will be okay. Anybody want to give an example of a lesson that you learned the hard way? Anyone want to give? Nico.
Don't run up the slide.
Don't run up the slide. Nico, can you tell us what happens if you run up the slide?
You slip and then fall
You slip and fall
off.
off. Any broken bones on this one? No broken bones. Okay, so don't run up the slide. Very valuable lesson that Nico has taught us all. All right, Cody. Don't go down to your friend's house and play video games when your dad told you that you're grounded. Yes, that would, hopefully you wouldn't have to do that to learn that lesson, but maybe you do. All right, so that's always a good idea not to do. Jonathan?
Don't go into a ditch.
Don't go into a ditch. Like what, just walking into a ditch? Oh, okay. All right, don't go into a ditch. Don't run facing down. Bella, can you tell us what happens if you run facing down? I was here for that day. It was a very scary day. All right, so Bella with a pretty serious injury just from running, not looking where you're going. All right, so racing a car. So we could maybe even just throw in there, don't race vehicles. All right, maybe we could do that one as well. Yes, what's a lesson you can learn? Don't do flips where? In a house. Oh wow. Well, now what happened doing flips in a house? Almost broke a bone. Okay. All right. Good. Yes, sir. Don't what? Don't go down the hill. Okay. All right. Yes, sir.
Don't ride a scooter without sweeping the rocks off the driveway.
What happens if you ride a scooter fast? I'm assuming without sort of making sure the rocks are out of the way. You break your arm. All right. So did you go over the scooter? Is that what happened? Yes. So I can see it playing out in my head. All right. Who else has a valuable lesson that we can learn that you had to learn the hard way? Yes. Don't slide on a slide when you're holding what? A toy lightsaber. Wow. What happened in this situation? So what, the lightsaber came back and hit you? Is that what happened? Okay, all right. So you got to be very careful with lightsabers. They're very dangerous things there, okay? I was actually, my nephew, it was over at my house last night. He's 2, and his house is like all girls there. So my house is mainly boys. So they were having a lightsaber fight, but it was funny because he was holding the lightsaber by the light part and was using the other part to fight with, and I'm like, I don't think this is how it works, all right? All right, dude, anybody else with a lesson you learned the hard way that you would, Nico, you can't share, don't share all of them, okay? We'll come back to you sometime. Yes? Don't ride on the back of a go-kart, okay? What could happen if you're riding on the back of a go-kart? Fall off and hurt your head, okay? Last one here. Yes, go ahead, Destiny.
Don't go on a mattress with springs coming out.
Don't go on a mattress with, like, jumping on this or just, like, sleeping?
It was standing up, and me and my brothers went on it, and the spring went in my leg and scratched me.
Oh, spring went in your leg. Okay, all right. So we all have learned, please, I know some of you are like, hey, I've learned 20 lessons the hard way. Let me share them all, but just keep some of them there. We've all learned lessons the hard way. We've all had somebody tell us that you need to do this, and you're like, it's not that big a deal. And you do something else. Some of us have been close to learning lessons the hard way. How many of you, let me tell you a lesson that I will eventually learn the hard way. I know it, but I keep testing it just to see. I help Pastor hang his Christmas lights. And some of you guys have maybe been to his house. He has like the roof that comes up and meets up there. And it's just a little too high for me. So you know how on the ladder it tells you there's certain steps you're not supposed to go on? Now, one would think you would be smarter and not. Now, this time I was out there and there was nobody there because a pastor was not there. So I'm out there. So I actually went on that one and was like leaning up. And I'm thinking, if I fall right here, who is going to help me? Probably nobody. I'd probably still be there today on the ground crying and nobody there to help me. But that's a lesson that eventually I more than likely will fall and break a bone trying to do that. But, you know, there's things we know we probably shouldn't do because it could end badly, but we try. We're going to look at a lesson that the children of Israel learned the hard way. Remember, they are told, okay, they're told, you follow me, I will bless your nation. You turn from me, and I will not. You will be punished. Now, let me ask you this question. The punishment of God. Why do you think God punishes somebody or a nation? Why do you think that's the case? Anybody have an idea? For sin, for doing evil. Anybody else have an idea? Absolutely. Let me explain this to you. Sometimes we look at punishment as only somebody who is in charge and wanting to let everybody know they're in charge. Let me give you some examples of what punishment should be. Punishment is designed to help somebody understand and to protect them from something else. Let me give an example. I have 4 children now. And for each one of my children, I don't know why this is. I can tell you several times we've gone out of church and we're walking to the car. And you know what my kids want to do? Run to the car. Right? Now, what do I, as a mean dad, make them do? Stay by me. Right? They've got to, especially when they're younger. I've got right now a son, he's 4 years old, just a little guy. He's got to stay by me when I'm walking out there. Now, let me ask you a question. Why is that? Why do I make him stay by me? He doesn't get hit by a car. So now, have there been times where he has not stayed by me and he's gotten in trouble when he's gotten home? Yes. But why does he get in trouble? Because I'm trying to help him understand that what could have happened to him is much worse. It's like I had a rule growing up. You could not play ball in the street. We lived on a street that was a little bit busy and different things like that. You couldn't go out there. You couldn't throw the football. You couldn't do those things. And let's be honest, I did break that rule and get in trouble for it. Why did my parents have that rule? To keep us safe. What did they know? They knew that coming around that corner could be a vehicle who wouldn't see a boy that's running out there to catch the football who's running to the vehicle. That could have been very, very bad. So they tried to set up ways. What was their goal? They didn't want me to learn the lesson the hard way. Because if I would have been hit by the car, I would have learned the lesson. But I may not have survived it. So they had rules set in place to try to protect me from going through something like that. Now, when we look at what God has rules in place, and the people are punished for not following these rules, but it's not because God's up there like, man, I want to make life miserable for these people. How can I make it to where I can punish them? I mean, sometimes we get that idea, right? We think people just love handing out punishments. How there are sometimes certain leaders that do enjoy that type of thing. But let me say most of the time is not the case. Most of the time,
Olive, okay? Olive, read the last part of the verse.
They need to know that there's certain things they can do that could harm them physically. There's certain things they could do that would just harm their development. As a parent, one of my kids hates doing homework. Now, I know that's none of you, but hates doing homework, and he is one that gets very easily distracted, right? He's supposed to sit down at the table and do his work, and he's up like every 2 minutes doing something else, and you're like, go back. Like maybe that's some of you, right? I have to get on him. We've got to do things to make him finish his homework. Why? Because we want him to be successful. So it's not something that would harm him physically, but it's something that would harm his development. So we're going to see the children of Israel are going to learn a lesson here. And here's what they're going to learn. What went wrong in the north? What went wrong in the north? I think that's on page number, I'm sorry, I don't have my book down here. Go ahead and go to page, there you are. Page 104. We're going to put some of this, we're going to look at Israel's final punishment. Israel's final punishment. Okay, you should be on page, I believe it's 104. Israel's final punishment. Why did God bring punishment to Israel? Why did God bring punishment to Israel? And when we look at this, we've got to understand, again, remember, understand who God is. Why would God do this? Let me get a book out, that way I can see exactly what notes you have there and help you out. Let me get it, 104. What was the punishment that God brought on the northern kingdom of Israel? And here's your answer. Okay, write this in. God sent them into exile. God sent them into exile. Exile is E-X-I-L-E. God sent them into exile as prisoners of Assyria. God sent them into exile as prisoners of Assyria. Let me spell Assyria for you. A-S-S-Y-R-I-A. A-S-S-Y-R-I-A. Assyria. Here's what happens. They have this kingdom. Everything seems to be going well. We're going to talk about some of these people. Jeremiah warns them about different things, but they don't listen. God sends in the Assyrian army. They capture the northern kingdom. They're sent into exile. Here's what the Assyrians would typically do is they would sort of bring in other people. And when the Assyrians had their empire, here's what they would do. They would take people from Israel, move them to a different country. They would take people from this country, move them into Israel. And this is what they would do. We are going to find out a little bit more about what happens to the northern kingdom when we get to the New Testament. We talk about a group of people called the Samaritans. There was great animosity between the Jews and the Samaritans, and it really goes back to this time right here and what happened. What was the reason? What was the reason that they went into punishment? Because, it says here, why did God bring such a harsh punishment on them? Because they disobeyed God and worshipped idols. They disobeyed God and worshipped idols. That's your next blank there. Because they disobeyed God, worshipped idols. God had told them. And when we look at Israel, in fact, I think our next, we're going to look in this, hopefully tomorrow we'll get started in this. We're going to look at some of the good kings of Judah. Here's something though, there was not one good king of Israel. Not one king that followed God. Remember, it was all set up by, who was the first king of Israel? Of the divided kingdom that became known, first king of the northern kingdom. Jeroboam. Remember, Jeroboam was nervous? Remember what he was nervous about? The people would go down to Jerusalem and worship God, and then they would turn away from him.
He should have kept his father's commandments and let him guide them in the right way. The Bible says, my son, keep thy commandments. We're at the top of page 63. That's the answer for this one right here. Okay? It's As my son, keep thy commandments and forsake not the law of thy mother. What happens when we keep the commandments? Okay, when thou sleepest, it shall lead thee. When thou goest, it shall keep thee. When thou awakest, it shall talk with thee. For the commandment is a lamp, and the law is light. And reproofs of instruction are the way of life. Okay? Obviously, when we think of a lamp and we think of a light, we think of obviously a place or a method to where we can see things, right? So, the commandment is a lamp. It kind of lights your path. The law is your light. It'll help you see things through life. And then the reproofs of instruction are the way of life, okay? So if you keep your parents' commandments, you need to let them guide you in the right way. That's what he should have done, okay? Then the last section, giving our heart to God, okay? Giving our heart to God. 2 Chronicles 31, verses 20 to 21, okay? I'll read that out loud for you. But I'm going to tell you a little bit of background. Hezekiah, okay, he was a king, okay? He was a king of Israel. Remember how obviously King Saul was the first king, David was the second king, Solomon was the third king. Then after Solomon, remember how we learned about the two kingdoms? They split. Okay, remember there was the northern kingdom of Israel and then the southern kingdom of Judah. And then obviously more kings came. Okay, so King Hezekiah, he was actually someone who did right.
Babylon. Anybody know who is in charge of Babylon at that time? Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar is a ruthless man. Like, we read about him in the book of Daniel, and we'll talk about him when we talk about Daniel, and oftentimes we sort of see a little bit of ruthlessness. Remember, he's got 3 guys that aren't going to bow down to him. What do? I'm the fiery furnace.
Why he was successful. Okay, this is what he did. And thus did Hezekiah throughout all Judah, and wrought that which was good and right and truth before the Lord his God. And in every work that he began in the service of the house of God, and in the law, and in the commandments to seek his God, he did it with all his heart, and prospered. Okay? So how did Hezekiah, or what was the reason? There's one reason, or 3 reasons for Hezekiah's success. Number 1, he did that which was good and right and faithful before the Lord his God. And then everything he did in the service of God's temple, he did in obedience to the law and the commands. And then he sought God and worked with all his whole heart. Okay? So he did that which was good and right and faithful.
Testing. Okay. Okay, class, listen up. I want to make sure we have enough time to do this all today. Okay, DLs, good to see you. Hopefully you're on right now, everybody. Those in the class, I need you to be quiet. I need you to be quiet. Joey, turn around. Ladies, not now. Okay. One of the things that we are working on this week is activity 4B. Now, as far as I know, and if I'm mistaken and if I find it, I'll get it graded. But as far as I know, the only one that I have that's doing DL right now, that I have a 4B, and that is Brianna. Okay? So Brianna, I'm going to give that to someone to grade. We're going to do, ladies, we're going to do this in class together. So they're going to grade this for you. Those at home, take out 4B. Those in the class, take out 4B. We're going to do this together in class. So make sure that you get your answers. Not going to spend a lot of time. Pay attention. Get these down as we go. Who would grade Brianna's? Who said me?
I said you can trust me.
Okay. Also, DLs, we're going to do quiz 11. We're going to do quiz 11 today to get those all wrapped up. Yes. Okay. Okay. Are we ready for 4B? Ladies done? Hurry up, Bella. Okay. Actually, Natalie or somebody, can you grade Bella's right now? While she's passing papers out, 4B. Sorry. Nico, can you give, okay, she's got it. Yeah, we are. Well, we're not grading it, we're doing it. Okay? For those that got it finished, we're grading it. Okay? So we're doing this all in class. So pay attention as we go through this. Make sure you get things. Hey, I don't want talking going on while I'm doing this lesson. It's going to be hard enough to getting it done without you guys constantly talking, so be quiet. Yes, ma'am. You need to go wash your hands? Oh. I can't do anything about that right now. I guess you can go up to the office and use that restroom up there right now, and then let them know. Okay. Give your 4B to somebody so that they can. Do you have it done? 4B? Yeah, 4B.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think so.
Okay. Finish it when you get back. What? What? Yes, we are. Chapter 4. Okay, here we go. This is a crossword puzzle, just one page. Okay, so let's see. Again, you finished it? Okay, give it to somebody that can correct or write the right answer in for you. Okay. Okay, so here's what I want to do. Since we're doing this together in class, there should be no reason why you have something blank. Okay? I've not recorded anything on this for those that have turned it in early. Even though there may be a grade on it, I have not recorded it. So we're going through it. Fill it in as we go. Okay? Together. We're going to take these in order. Actually, let's do the acrosts first since they're up there. Number 3. Cross number 3. What is the term for regions of Earth's surface where limestone is exposed and abundant? 3 across. What's it called? Anybody? Karst. K-A-R-S-T. Karst. Only going to do it once, so pay attention. Number 6 across. What is the eroding action of wind-blown sand? Hudson? Abrasion. A-B-R-A-S-I-O-N. Abrasion. Find it and write it in. Okay? When I'm done, you're done. So make sure you stay with me. If you have a blank when I'm done, it's a wrong answer. Okay? I need you to pay attention. A-B-R-A-S-I-O-N. Number 8 across. The most important effect of wind erosion. Deflation. D-E-F-L-A-T-I-O-N. Okay? Just heading down the paper. Number 11 across. What's the high ridge of rock and land that projects out into the sea along a deep water shoreline? What? Yep, promontory. P-R-O-M-O-N-T-O-R-Y. Please stop throwing stuff in the trash can. Okay, number 12 across. Joey, you getting this down? 12 across. What is the source of a river? Ariana, did you have your hand up? Okay. Cody? No. Nope. Headwaters. H-E-A-D-W-A-T-E-R-S. Headwaters. What was what? Headwaters. Okay. Next one. Going down. 14 across. What is the gently sloping coast covered by sand or pebbles? Beach. B-E-A-C-H. Okay. Number 15 across. What is the breaking or peeling away of rocks in layers? Exfoliation. E-X-F-O-L-I-A-T-I-O-N. Exfoliation. Okay, number 16 across. What is a thick ice sheet that slowly moves under its own weight? Glacier. G-L-A-C-I-E-R. Glacier. DLs, if anybody just signed on, we are doing activity 4B. We're doing it in class. So this should be an easy grade. If you haven't caught anything, I'm sorry for that, but we do need to just keep moving on, okay? So, okay, last one across. Number 17. A natural ridge formed along the edges of a river's channel. A levee. L-E-V-E-E. Okay? Joey? Jasmine? Okay, now the downs. Number 1. Yes, sir. Restroom? Yes. Give your paper to somebody to fill in for you. If you fill it in, or grade it, whatever. Number 1 down. What is calcium carbonate deposited in caves by water droplets called? Let me find one down. What? Dripstone. Okay. It's the first one on the left or on the right. D-R-I-P-S-T-O-N-E. Dripstone. Okay. Number 2 down. That's basically right there in the middle, top middle. What is the water from rain that the ground cannot Absorb. Runoff. R-U-N-O-F-F. Number 4 down. It's in between 1 and 2. What is any of the streams that feed into a river at various points along its course? Tributary. Okay? T-R-I-B-U-T-A-R-Y. Tributary. Okay? Number 5 down. That's over on the left there by number 2. What is a low hill formed when a glacier overruns a moraine? A drumlin. D-R-U-M-L-I-N. Drumlin. Okay. Number 6 down, off to the left there of number 5. What is a mass of ice and snow abruptly dislodging from a mountain face? Avalanche. A-V-A-L-A-N-C-H-E. A-V-A-L-A-N-C-H-E. Okay, good. Number 7 down, over on the right by number 1 down. What is planting alternating strips of erosion-prone crops and erosion-preventing crops called? Strip cropping. So it's S-T-R-I-P, and there's a dash there, right? Okay. Cropping. C-R-O-P-P-I-N-G. Strip cropping. Okay, number 9 down. Right next to number 7 to the left. What is a glacial valley that has filled with seawater? A fjord. F-J-O-R-D. F-J-O-R-D. 2 more. Number 10, right about there in the middle. Okay. What is a long pile of rocks deposited parallel to the shore to prevent erosion? It's called a breakwater. B-R-E-A-K water. W-A-T-E-R. Breakwater. And number 13. Last one. Where's 13? Down at the bottom on the right. Okay. What is an accumulation of till left by a retreating glacier? A moraine. M-O-R-A-I-N-E. Moraine. Okay? Okay. DLs, I hope you got that. If you didn't, now you're on your own a little bit to make sure that gets done. Okay? Class, if you're done, put it in the box. Put it back because I haven't scored it yet.
Oh my goodness.
John always looks his way.
Put this in there, please. In the box, yeah. Uh-huh. Number 3 across, karst. K-R-S-T. I don't know what they did. It's correct, yeah. Yep. Okay, let's put them in there. This? You don't have these? You should have gotten a booklet like this. At all. So it has Eliana? Okay.
But I wrote it all down on a piece of
Okay, good. Eliana, come here real quick. Okay. Joey, you got your workbook, right? You got a book, don't you? Okay, do it.
Mr. Brown.
around. You know how I don't have the things, like the four whatever? I just froze them on the back of here. Is that okay? Just this.
Yeah, I think so. Be fine. Yeah. Why don't you have them? Or you just don't have them here?
The notes things, it didn't unless it was using that, but I don't know.
Now, this is just a separate notebook that I gave you.
Yeah, the notes things. Remember how I lost my notes? The notes that I got that you gave me didn't have any of the things on the back of them.
Okay.
It didn't have any of them.
Oh, really?
So I just wrote it, yeah. So I just
Okay. Okay. We'll figure it out. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I have this. This is
Which one is it? Number 3? Just put it in there. Okay. So she was telling me that you never did receive your activities book. Did you get one? Joey, hold up your activities book. That one right there. Just hold it up. Did you get one of those? You sure? But you didn't. Okay. Let me see if I can locate you one then. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I just assumed everybody had gotten them. But okay. Okay, now, Emily, I'll take your question here in just a minute. Shh, quiet. Quiet. DLs. What we're going to do right now, and you should have this. We are going to do, it's not going to be with class, but I am going to allow them to do it with friend. We're going to do quiz 11. Quiet. Did I ask? Cody, please don't. We let them do it with friend. We only have about 20 minutes left. So, DLs, I'm going to sign off right now, and you can just be working on quiz 11. Tomorrow, we're going to start our test, and that will be open book. Shh. And on your tests, I have the pages written down, I believe, on the side by the numbers. That will help you. So therefore, tomorrow and Thursday, I'm not going to sign on for online class because I want you to work on that test by yourself. Since you have everything there, there's no need to sign on. So, Nico, turn around. So one more time. Shh. There will be no online class Wednesday and Thursday. Okay? So, just work on your tests those 2 days. And get that to me as soon as possible, preferably by Friday if you can. Okay? Okay, DLs, I'm going to sign off now. If you have any questions, let me know somehow. And we'll try to help you. Okay? See you, DL.
Okay, page 115. For those of you in distance learning, please send in a picture of your homework from last night. It was your vocab words from list 9 twice. So everyone should send that in to me. For those of you who have not turned in homework yet, homework is due the day that after is it assigned. So I am missing some from you, so make sure you guys are turning that in on time. Just like the rest of us, we're all one class, even if you guys are learning from home. So everyone needs to turn things on time, regardless if you're in class or at home. Okay, so page 115 in your literature book, we are reading the Toby and the Gettysburg Address. Questions related to the lesson, please. Those of you online. Okay, Toby and the Gettysburg Address. This was written by Margaret Cabell Self. Okay, the theme of this is conquering your fear. Let me pull that up on the screen. Okay, we know that Toby obviously was the boy in the story who was reciting the Gettysburg Address. Okay, remember how we talked about the words point of view? Okay, so the story, remember that we talked about the four-ring circus. It was from the point of view of the, actually, you tell me, who was that point of view from? Class? It was the team manager, so who can tell me what this point of view from the story was from? Hudson? Not his mom, Jason. His, not sister, okay? It's from his brother, okay? But a family member. You guys got the gist, okay? It's from his family member, and he's saying it's his brother talking to him and telling him all this advice that he should do in learning the Gettysburg Address. Okay, we're on page 115. You guys read the, look at the intro. It says, Miss McIntyre chose Toby to recite Lincoln's Gettysburg Address in front of a large audience at the school celebration, not realizing that her pupil could only recite while milking the cows or squeezing a rope. Okay, so obviously, how did he learn the Gettysburg Address, class? Okay, from milking the cow. He was so nervous that he couldn't memorize. He doesn't know how to memorize, and the worst thing was he would always stutter. But then once he got to a rhythm of studying this or reciting the story, he actually ended up, I'm sorry, I'm trying to turn over to the page. He actually ended up memorizing it without him realizing it. If you guys can see that, he says on page number 115, it says, now if there's anything Toby hates to do, it's to memorize. He just can't seem to do it. Somehow the words won't stick. It's the same thing with spelling and arithmetic. It's basically saying he really stinks at memorizing. If you guys look on page 116, okay, so Miss McIntyre, she told him that wasn't the right way to study because all he did was just read it out loud. So she said he ought to repeat it out loud and try and get the rhythm and the swing of it. So it tells the story of how he ended up memorizing it. We're on page 116. He says, so Toby said he might as well try her way. He couldn't lose, but he didn't just say it out loud. He shouted it, and then all these things he tried to memorize it. His parents kind of grew tired of it. Emma, do you have a question? Oh. Okay, and it's honestly just the author and the theme, so. Okay, so he tried all these ways to memorize it, but then everyone in his house got so tired of it that they sent him out to the barn. So he just decided to memorize it while doing his chores, ended up milking a cow, okay? And then on, if you guys look, it says, I said, in that case, why didn't he let's see, where is it? Sorry, give me 1 second. At the end of 3 or 4 days, we're on the bottom of page 116 on the left-hand side, it says, at the end of 3 or 4 days, Toby could say it fine as long as he was pulling away on Betsy, but as soon as he tried it without the accompaniment, he got stuck. He said he had it in his fingers, sort of. I said, in that case, why didn't he tie a piece of clothes rope to his belt so there'd be two ends hanging down under his coat, and he could just grab hold of those and pretend they were Betsy. So it's his brother that gave him the inspiration of tying the rope to his belt and squeezing the ropes like he was mimicking milking a cow, okay? And then who can tell me what was Toby's method, or what did he do whenever he got mad? Who remembered? Chase? He didn't talk, and then he locked himself up in his room. So it's talking about when he goes to class, he says the Gettysburg Address, all the boys had to try out. Then when he got home, he went straight to his room and locked himself in his room. So his brother is like, well, I guess it must have gone really badly. So he went up to his room, tried to talk to him, and then he says, I'm sorry didn't things go so well. This was his brother saying. He said, I'm sorry things didn't go so well. He said, they went okay. I said, did the rope work? He said, I guess so. Anyhow, I didn't make any mistakes. So then I didn't know what to think, because if everything went all right and he didn't make any mistakes, why was he so mad? So I said, well, I guess you're glad it's over. And he said, that's the trouble. It isn't over. I have to say the old thing at the celebration. So he got the part, and that's why he was really mad. So then that was the real trouble. And then later on, it just goes on to say what happened at the celebration and what happened in front of the people. What happened in front of the people while he was reciting, class? Who remembers? Bella? There was a mirror behind him, and then they all saw him pulling on the strings with his hands behind his back, and so everyone started laughing. Then he went straight home. Then obviously his brother, being a good brother, left right away too. If we're on the bottom of page 117, he says, well, that was the end. The place just rocked. Toby stopped short, turned as red as a beet, and walked off, the rope still hanging down behind. I left too. I knew he'd go straight home, but I couldn't catch up to him, and he was in his room with the door locked by the time I got there. And then what you guys are saying, their dog, Woof Woof, was the only one who was able to console him, okay? So that's the story of Toby and the Gettysburg Address. If you guys look on page 118, the question number 4 is, identify the 4 similes throughout the story that describe Toby's range of emotions. Okay, if you guys don't know what a simile is, did we already study a simile in this class? Okay, yes, the word like or as. Okay, it's a comparison of one thing to another in the terms as like or as. Okay, so throughout this work, there are similes. If you guys look on page number 116, okay, it's on the right-hand side. We just read through this, but it says he feels like a seasick sardine. Okay, he says he can know a thing perfectly, but just as soon as he finds himself looking down at on the sea of faces, he feels like a seasick sardine. Okay, so that's comparing him to how he feels with the word like. Okay, and then other words you would look for in a simile would be the word as, resembles, or something like that. On page 117, there's 3 there. Okay. You see his face lit up like a lighthouse. Okay, so it's comparing his face to a lighthouse. That's a simile. Okay, he was, it's talking about when he walked out on stage, he looked solemn as a judge. Okay, solemn obviously comparing to judge. And then at the end, we just read through it, when everyone realized that he was milking or pulling on the rope, it says he turned red as a beet. Okay, so those are similes describing things in one terms of another with the words like, as, resembles, all this other stuff. Okay, so those are similes. Okay, so that concludes Unit 4. Okay, so our test over Unit 4 will be on Thursday, I believe I said, because we have our vocab quiz tomorrow. Okay? So Unit 4, that goes for everyone in this classroom, or everyone. Okay? Unit 4, we'll review those more tomorrow, but make sure that you guys are already studying. Study your authors. Okay, we did mark authors to know. So if you missed those, everyone turn back to page number, the beginning of the unit. page number 82. Okay, page number 82. Okay, John W. Peterson is an author to know. Okay. He wrote what, class? What did he write? Okay, Student's Prayer. Also, Booker T. Washington is an author to know. He wrote what, class? Okay, My Struggle for Education. That's on page number 95. Okay. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, he is an author to know. What did he write in this unit? Hiawatha's Childhood. So make sure everyone's marking these in their books. Okay, that's Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Okay, so those are authors to know. And, okay, know who Mae Vauntfer is. She wrote the Keiskes. Okay, and then those are your authors for this work. Okay, you guys should have also had lines to know from this work. From the Four Ring Circus. Okay, obviously that's the one where they went crazy. That's the Slap Happy Out for a Picnic brand of basketball. Fitted them the way a maple syrup fits a waffle. Okay, I'm going to go to the beginning of the slides where we were talking about. Okay, that Slap Happy Out for a Picnic brand of a basketball fitted them the way maple syrup fits a waffle. Okay, on the screen it tells you what page it's on. Okay, that Slap Happy Out for a Picnic brand of basketball fitted them the way maple syrup fits a waffle. Okay, then a line to know from the last lesson. Page number 93, I have time enough, I will learn tomorrow. Okay, page number 93. Remember, this was talking about Franz, when the Germans were taking over their French school. And this is kind of what Franz told himself, I have time enough, I'll learn tomorrow. And putting off his education, but little did he know he was about to lose that French heritage form of education. Okay. Micah, your binder is about to fall off your desk. Oh, it was open. Never mind. Okay, so I have time enough. I will learn tomorrow. That's from the last lesson, page 93. Okay, a line to know from My Struggle for Education is on page 98. Okay, page 98. The adjoining recitation room needs sweeping. Take the broom and sweep it. The adjoining recitation room needs sweeping. Take the broom and sweep it. That is for My Struggle for Independence. Okay? The next line to know is from Hiawatha's Childhood on page 102. It says, Ah, the singing fatal arrow, like a wasp, it buzzed and stung him. Talking about Hiawatha killing the red deer. Okay? Page 102, Ah, the singing fatal arrow, like a wasp, it buzzed and stung him. That's on the right-hand side. On page 102, it's the last two lines, 155 and 156 in Hiawatha's Childhood. Okay? 155 and 156 on page 102, the last line there. Ah, the singing fatal arrow, like a wasp, it buzzed and stung him. Okay? If you don't know where we are, there's numbers, okay, where the lines are. There's 155. You guys see 155, Destiny, right there? Okay, make sure you underline that. Okay, and then I think that's actually, hold on. A line to know from the Keiskes, we brought you a present, teacher. Page 113. And who remembers what that present was, class? Okay, candy. Okay, we brought you a present, teacher. That is the line to know on page 113. And then you don't have a line to know from Toby and the Gettysburg Address. Just know the plots of the stories if you have any questions about them. Joey, put your math book away. This is not math class. If you have homework, you should have done it at home. Okay, then you should have done it in a study hall. You have 2 of them, don't you? Okay? Shh. I'm not asking for a discussion. Okay, so make sure you guys are studying your stories. If you guys have any questions about any of those, our test is on Thursday. Yes? What? Oh, when the test was? Okay, test on Thursday. All right, go ahead and take out your vocab books. Let's review that before our test tomorrow, or quiz tomorrow. Okay? Let's go over exercise A together in class. Okay, exercise A. Go ahead and work on exercise A together. Like I said, if you have not turned in your homework from last night, it's list 9. You're spelling words twice. Okay, spelling words twice. Okay, and I haven't received a lot of homework from a lot of you, so some of you guys need to turn in homework. Okay, go ahead and work on exercise A. Then we will go back in your vocab. Okay? Kayla, Eliana, and Joey, it's on that sheet of paper that I gave you, so go ahead and work on that with your list 9. Okay? Go ahead and work on that. We'll go over it in a second. Okay, let's do number 1. Grandmother could not move the blank trunk. Emma? Sorry? I can't understand what you're saying.
I don't know how to say it.
What's number 9? Sorry, let me turn there. Okay, unwieldy. Okay. Number 2, desiring to be blank, an athlete follows a strenuous routine or regimen. Okay, who knows this one? John? Invulnerable. Okay. Impossible to defeat. Okay, or invincible, uninjurable, unassailable. Okay. Our church helps. Our church blanks the preaching of the gospel through missions. What's number 3? Okay. Bella? Foster. Our church fosters the preaching of the gospel. It encourages, it promotes, it furthers. Okay. Number 4. Delilah blanks Samson into disclosing the secret of his strength. What did she do to Samson? What's the word there? Who knows? Aaron? Goaded. Okay. It's prod, spur, or urge. She urged Samson into disclosing the secret of his strength. Okay, number 5. Many blank animals live in the jungles of Africa. Chase? Predatory. Good. Number 6. A sergeant usually will blank his new recruits for roll call as soon as they arrive on base. Tyler? Muster. Okay, he'll gather them or he'll call them for a roll call. Number 7, I had much inner blank about the decision until I asked God for direction. Jason? Turmoil, okay. I had great commotion, trouble, or confusion about this decision, and I needed to ask God for directions. Okay. Joey, what's number 8? The blank of the case required the skills of Sherlock Holmes. Okay, why isn't your paper out? Why? Okay, you need to bring everything to school. Okay, that's the last time you'll forget something at home. Yes, ma'am? Okay. Number 8. Who has it? The blank of the case required the skills of Sherlock Holmes. Hudson? Okay, the intricacy of the case. Good. We know Sherlock Holmes to be someone he pays great attention to detail. And the case, it had complexity, or obviously a really hard case to solve. Number 9, a blank person does not read and write. Okay, this one's pretty easy. Ari? Illiterate. Literally means unable to read or write. Okay, number 10, we gazed at the magnificent blank of the Grand Canyon. Destiny? Good, the expanse. We gazed at the widely extended area. Okay? All right, so study that tonight for homework. List 9. Okay, let's go through our definitions one more time. I'm going to say the word. You say the definition. Okay, everyone should be following along. Okay? Number 1, expanse. Okay, everyone should be following along. I don't hear the side of the class. Number 2, foster. Number 3, goad. Number 4, illiterate. Number 5, intricacy. Number 6, invulnerable. Okay, what was that? Invulnerable, uninjurable, unassailable, invincible. Okay. Number 7, muster. Number 8, predatory. Number 9, turmoil. Great commotion, trouble, or confusion. Number 10, unwieldy. Okay, notice in your spelling words that there are exceptions to the rule. Okay, so this week, you should have been studying your spelling words, but it's illustrating rule number 4, and this is when you're going to drop the E or keep the E, okay, with words that end with a silent E. So look at number 1, acknowledgement. The reason why that you drop the E there, okay, that's an exception to the rule. In words that have DG, okay, normally you would just you would drop the E, okay, DG. But your rule is if it's ending in a vowel with a silent E and you're adding a suffix like the word MENT, you would drop the rule. You would keep the E, okay. But in this case, it's dropped. So notice how that's an exception to the rule, okay. Same thing with advantageous. Your rule is if you're adding a suffix to the end of a word that begins with a vowel, in this case OUS, you would drop the silent E. Okay, but in this case, advantageous, it's kept. All right, so notice that's the exception to the rule. Number 14, knowledgeable. Okay, you're adding A-B-L-E. Obviously, it begins with a vowel, and then your knowledge ends with obviously another vowel. Your rule would be to drop the N or to drop the E, but in this case, it's kept. All right, so you still have the E there. Okay, and then number 18, same thing. Mileage is an exception to the rule, and then number 20, those are exceptions to the rule. So study your exceptions to the rules. Okay, if you need to know your rule, that's on page number 6 in your spelling book. Okay, so study your exceptions and then study those words, all right? All right, go ahead and put that away. Take out your grammar books really quickly. Yesterday we finished, or not finished, but did exercise B. So turn to page 74 in your green book, and then page 92 in your blue book. Okay, 74 in the green book, 92 in the blue book. Okay. Go ahead and turn to 92 and 73. All right, exercise B. Exercise B. Linking verbs, okay? Linking verbs, all right? We did 1 through 5, right? Or just we did do number 1? All right, let's start with John. Give me number 2. Tell me what you put in the blank. Okay, and if it's linking, obviously tell me what you drew your arrow to, okay? Okay, it is action. Good. Okay. Same thing for the blue book. Most migratory birds travel the same paths each year. Number 2 is action. Okay. Cody, what's number 3? Daniel remained faithful to God. Matthew Henry was a profound student of God's word.
Linking.
It is linking. Tell me what you drew your arrows to.
Profound and Henry.
Not profound, okay? Profound is an adjective describing student. So I would draw student back to Matthew Henry, okay? Number 3, Daniel remained faithful to God in Babylon. Jasmine, do you have number 3? It is linking, okay? What am I drawing my word to? Word back to? Okay, well, faithful back to Daniel, all right? Either or. Okay, number 4, the screech owl occupies the same nest for life. Emma, what do I have there? It is action, okay? When she grew up, she thanked her parents for their discipline. Ari, what do I have there? It is an action verb. Number 5, the old woman appeared very tired and lonely. Kayla, do you have that? It is linking. What would I draw my arrows to? Both. Good. Tired and lonely, back to woman. Okay, the Romanovs were the rulers of Russia until 1917. Cheyenne? It is linking. Good. The preface of a book is the statement of the author's purpose. Natalie, what do I have there? Yes. What is the verb is linking? What words is it linking? Okay, statement to preface, okay, of a book is part of a phrase. Okay, number 6, a spirit of jubilation pervaded the campus. Jason, who has that one? It is action, okay? Number 7, Caldwell Construction Incorporated built our new classroom building. Nico? It is action, okay? Number 8 is the same for, number 8, Brandon kicked the football between the goalposts is the same as number 7 in the blue book. Aaron, do you have that one? Action, okay? Action. Brandon kicked the football between the goalposts. Okay, number 9, this flower appears smaller than that one. What is appears? Let's go with Tyler. Okay, it is linking. What is the word appears linking? Or which words does appear link? Sorry, that was confusing. Okay, flower to smaller, smaller to flower. Good. Okay. Her outlook became different after the mission's presentation. Destiny, do you have number 8? Okay. Not action. Okay, that one's linking. It's describing, or it's linking different to outlook. Okay. Number 9, Caleb was a fearless warrior. That's also number 11 in the green book. Okay, Caleb was a fearless warrior. Chase, what is that one? It is linking. What is it linking? Okay, not fearless. Warrior to Caleb. Make sure you guys, everyone's watching for those, okay? Let's go back to number 10. Elaine sewed the luxurious dress in her home economics class. Jaden? It is action, okay? The ambulance rushed the stricken woman to the hospital. Bella, can you give me that one? That's number 10. Okay, that is number 10, also number 13 in the green book. Okay, so the ambulance rushed the stricken woman to the hospital. Good, that is action. Okay, let's go to number 12. Constantly complaining, Wilson is an irritant to his classmates. What is that one? Number 12, Hudson. It is linking. What is it linking? Irritant back to Wilson. Good. Okay. Destiny stayed calm despite the awful storm outside. Destiny, why don't you do that one? What is the verb stayed?
Calm to Destiny.
No, what's the verb? Is it action or linking? Okay. Good.
And then calm to Destiny.
Calm back to Destiny. Okay. Number 13, the screech owl occupies. We already did that one. That was number 4. So that was action. Brandon suddenly looked ill. Okay, what is the verb looked? Cheyenne? It is linking. What's it linking? Ill back to Brandon. Good. Okay. Their company constructed our new classrooms. That's number 15. Jaden, sit up, please. Jason, what's number 15? Action. Okay. Peter sounded the alarm when he saw the smoke. Who has that one? Nico? Not linking. Okay. Has to be action. Okay. It's not linking alarm back to Peter. It's what he sounded. He sounded who or what? The alarm. Awesome. Okay. Go ahead and write, do exercise C. Okay. And I will give you extra credit if you want to do that one. It's not assigned for homework, but exercise C can be extra credit, okay? So make sure you show that to me. Exercise C, it's optional, but if you want the more practice, you can do exercise C, okay? And then let's look at page number 93 in your blue book, and then the page over, helping verbs, okay? So we just went over action, then we did helping, linking verbs that we just did. Now, helping verbs, these are pretty simple to recognize, okay? Helping verbs are basically verbs that appear with another word. It helps the main verb to make a statement, okay? Just like in the linking verb, it gave you a list of linking verbs, okay? This gives you a list of helping verbs that they could appear with another verb, okay? Am, is, are, was, were, be, being, been, have, has, had, do, does, did, shall, will, should, would, may, might, must, can, could. Okay, so all of these can be appearing with another verb. Okay, so then that would make up the verb phrase, what we've been talking about. Okay, and then just a reminder, quite often the verb phrase is interrupted by other words, like by the word not or any other adverbs, okay, or if it's in a question. Okay, so make sure you're underlining all of the verbs, okay? So let's work on exercise A really quickly. Exercise A, page 75. Exercise A, page 93 in your blue book. Okay, number 1. Didn't King Josiah's workmen find a copy of God's word? Okay, who can raise their hand? Go ahead and work ahead if you can. Who can raise their hand and tell me number 1? Nico?
Workmen did find.
Okay. Did find. Good. Okay, we're just finding the verbs here. Okay, thank you for the subject. It is workmen. But did find is my entire verb phrase. Okay? Papyrus reeds were made into paper by ancient Egyptians. Okay? What's number 1 in the blue book? Jasmine? Were made. Okay? What's my helper verb there? Do you know? Were. Okay? Were is the helper verb. Notice how it is appearing with the main verb made. That's what helper verbs do. Okay? Number 2 in the green book, Johannes Gutenberg is responsible for the invention of the movable type printing press. Okay? What's number 2? Micah? Not responsible, just is. Okay? There is no helper verb within that sentence. Okay? The Chinese have been making paper since the 1st century AD. Okay? Who can tell me what my verb is there? Destiny? Have been, and actually making is my entire verb phrase. Okay, have been making. Okay, over 1 million books are published in the United States every year. John? Are published. Good. Number 3, rags, wood, pulp, and chemicals can be used in the production of paper. Ari? Can be used. Good. Today, many people are reading books in their on their electronic devices. What's my verb, Cody?
Are. Are.
And? Good. Are reading. That's number 4, your entire verb. Number 4, were not watermarks first used on paper in Europe? Cheyenne, what's my verb in number 4? Were and used, okay? Were is my helper verb. Remember, this is something that you need to look for. Verb phrases can be interrupted, okay? Just a few more. Number 5, audiobooks were developed for the blind. Natalie? Were developed. Number 5 in the blue book, modern civilization would be seriously hampered without paper and printing. Ari? Okay, good. Would be hampered. Number 6, the development of modern, we just did that one, so that's number 6. Number 7, the Bible has been translated into more than 531 languages. Jaden. Number 7. Has been translated, okay? Has been are both helper verbs, going with the main verb translated, okay? Sorry, stay with me, we're almost done. Okay, during the Middle Ages, scripture passages were often copied on vellum, a form of leather. Who can help me with that one? Jason? Okay, were copied. Number 7, didn't King Josiah's workmen find a copy of the law? Bella? Did find. Okay, and then number 8, forever, O Lord, thy word is settled in heaven. Aaron? Is settled. Okay, that's my entire verb. And that's the same thing with number 8. God's word is settled. Okay, that's my verb in number 8 in both books. Okay? Okay, tonight for homework, like I said, if you want to do it, exercise C. But then exercise B is assigned. Okay, page 76 and page 94. Okay? I'll write that on the board, but are there any questions? Yes, John? Your actual homework is exercise B, and to study for your vocab quiz tomorrow. Okay? All right, you guys are dismissed. Yes.
I was wondering if I had any missing work, because when you said the 2 words each time, I already turned that into.
Yeah.
But I thought you meant if you haven't done it already from
Okay.
that first day.
I'll give me a second. Okay.
All right, welcome to Pre-Algebra. Today is a test. We have test 3 today. Distance learners, you have just, like literally just now, just been sent the code on My School Works. And then make sure your quarter review is turned in, make sure your chapter review is turned in, just make sure everything's turned in. We're going to get... Thank you. We're going to get the grading settled later. Oh, and by we, I mean me. I'll get the grading settled later on this week, okay, once the test is in. So make sure that everything is submitted, because as long as you beat me to me grading it, it's full credit, okay? That's my general rule. If I am not on time, I don't take off for you not being on time, okay? So you have until I get to it, basically, is how that works. Okay, so make sure that's turned in. This is an open book test because it is a chapter 1 through 3, and I don't like cumulative tests in math because the nature of it. This is an open book. Because it's open book in class, I'm not going to pass out the reference sheets. You guys can just use the reference section at the end of your book, because that's all I did was copy that. So, yeah. So, all right. Past that, if you're in class, get out 2 pencils, scratch sheet of paper, your textbook, and let's get started. Distance learners, you've just been sent the information. It must be submitted by the end of Thursday. Okay, so that's how that's going to work. You guys have to turn it in by the end of class Thursday. Or no, by the end of the day Thursday. So that way it can be graded. All right, I'll see you guys later.
That's your last warning. Whoa, whose computer screen is that? That is not mine. There we go. All right. This should pop up there on the screen. This is what I'm talking about. No more. Thank you, Nico. Joey and Aaron, be quiet. Aaron, I can send you your dad right now. I'm not dealing with it. You're quiet. Joey, these comments hurt you. If I call out your name, what do you think that means? It means to shut up. It does not mean to continue talking. Shh. Okay, pull out your books, pull out your notes. We're going to do a few today. Be done. We are going to have a quiz on Thursday. Shh. Be ready for that. Because of COVID and our year, it's been a crazy year. Okay, school's not quite on schedule. Okay, so we're probably not going to get to finish this chapter before the week's over. Put the coin away, Joey. Okay, so we're going to do our best. Once we get back, stop messing around. Nico, turn around. I know, just turn around. All right, so we're going to do our best. Chase, put your mask on. To get through as much as we can, we'll have a quiz over that. Once we get back from school, we'll probably just review this chapter. Okay, we're probably not going to jump in the notes. We're just going to review it, and then if something's on the test, okay, we're going to review it before we take a test or quiz, like we always do. Does that make sense? All right, so pull out your notes, piece of paper, book, however works for you guys. Sorry, I can't have those notes for you as well. Couldn't get my laptop connected to the printer yet. Sadly, I'm last in the list to get it approved, you know. But we're just going to go through these quickly because I spent a lot of time talking to you guys. So we're just going to be going through the notes. I'm not going to really read or expound upon it today. We're just going to be going through them. Number 19 is a friar. Okay, we've been talking about these monks. You have a question, Chase? John, you had a question? No. All right. A friar is a new kind of monk that appeared beginning in the 13th century. They live like other monks, except they preached and did missionary work outside of monasteries. What is a monastery we talked about? Basically, I mean, what? It's not a monkey cage. It is a place where the monks go. That's what Noah was trying to, or Noah, that's what Micah was trying to say. It's a place where the monks lived, right? We talked about that. Okay, monasteries is where the monks would live and live in their weird life that they lived. Everyone good on this one? All right, I'll try to do my best. Joey, put your mask on, please. Thank you, sir. Put it all the way on. There you go, man. There you go. Thank you, sir. All right, moving forward. Okay, number 20, a Eucharist. Okay, so these are going to be some procedures and things that the Catholic Church would do. A Eucharist. Okay, this is another term for the Lord's Supper in the Catholic Church. Okay, people were taught that when a priest said in Latin the words, "This is my body, this is my blood," which is from the Bible. Okay, they would use the Bible a lot, but obviously they would use it in the wrong way. They would say Jesus was saying the bread and wine or juice that we really drink or eat became, once he said these words, would become the actual body of Christ, like you're eating his flesh, and the actual blood of Christ, like you're drinking his blood. Okay, obviously that's not real or true, but that's what this Catholic, certainly at this time, would believe. So the Eucharist is that idea that when the priest would say, hey, this is my body, talking about Jesus quoting this is my body and this is my blood, that when you would eat the cracker or bread or whatever you're eating in a Lord's Supper, okay, that you'd be eating the body of Christ, and that when you drink the juice or wine, okay, that you're drinking the actual blood of Christ. Because that's actually from the Bible. Okay, he said, in remembrance, you eat this bread. He had a Passover feast with his disciples. That's in Bible class. Bible class. Moving forward. Again, I can go back during our study hall or free hour, or you can highlight or mark it in your book. You're not going to be able to write it word for word in your paper. I can't wait that long. 123.
Number 21, transubstantiation. What is this long word that a lot of us probably can't even say?
I can say it.
Say it, Joey.
Transubstantiation.
There it is. There it is. Jasmine, say it for us. Shh. Everyone, let Jasmine say it. All right, she can't. Cody, great job. Chase, great job. Transubstantiation. This is the belief. Shh. Turn around, Joey.
This is the belief that the elements of the Lord's Supper, good job, Jasmine, actually change their substance or what they're made of. Okay, so again, that idea of the bread or the juice or wine would actually change substance, or they wouldn't be what they were. So again, maybe it starts out as a cracker, then they say those words, and then it magically transforms into the actual flesh. John, stop. Okay, to the flesh of God, or Jesus, and the blood of Christ as well. Okay, this is that belief. It's called transubstantiation. Say it with me. Transubstantiation. You'll have to know that for our quiz we're taking Thursday. Maybe I'll help you. Number 22. What is a saint? A saint is a deceased person, someone that's dead, officially recognized by the church as holy because of the martyrdom, that's a typo, or other good deeds. Good to see you, Jezreel, Brianna, Mia. Good to have you here.
That's how you pronounce that.
Martyrdom. Or martyrdom. Shh. We're talking too much. The 4 people I said. Shh. Don't even say what. Were you not just talking? What do you do when you... There you go. Raise your hand up. There you go. Yes, sir. Shh, Joey. All right, so a saint, is it a living or dead person? It's a dead person. Again, recognized by the church, okay, as someone holy because maybe they're a good person or they serve the church. Okay, I got to keep on moving. Okay, according to the Catholic Church, only by confessing one's sins to a priest and obtaining his forgiveness could a man hope to escape the punishment in hell. Okay, is that true? No, it is not true. Okay, although the only way to be saved is to confess our sins and to believe on who? Jesus Christ or God. Okay, one and the same. Okay, Jesus Christ. Okay, it's not confessing to a man or priest. I can't go to Cheyenne and say, hey, Cheyenne, I yelled at my wife last night. Can you forgive me? Can you forgive? No, I didn't. I rarely yell. Can you forgive me? She's probably going to say no, so I'd be punished forever. Okay, but that's what happened. Shh. Okay, I'm sure some of you guys may have seen movies or TV shows. Okay, they go in the little closet room. They close the door. Shh. You have the little wall. Then you have the priest on the other side, or at least that's how most churches are. And you're like, all right, shh, guys. You're sitting there all awkwardly. And you're like, Mr. Priest, sir, I stole a candy bar this morning. Can you forgive me? You know, shh. Doesn't that sound a little funny though? Like, does that, if I went to Jasmine, hey, Jasmine, I really need forgiveness for this week, you know? Not from you, from God. I need you to, like, forgive me, though. I wouldn't go to Jasmine. I would go to who? God. I would, shh. The Bible tells us to go directly, and we're able to go directly to God. How cool is that? We get to pray and bow our heads and pray and talk to God and say, hey, God, man, I'm struggling this week. I've been terrible for Mr. Coral in class. You know, I've yelled at my friends and said mean words to my friends. Okay, I swore at my dad the other day because I was so angry. God, can you forgive me? You don't have to come to me. You don't have to go to your friend. You don't have to go to your parents, although you should if you did any of those things. You should ask for forgiveness. Okay, but you can go to God. I did not. I don't swear. Okay, yes, sir, Chase. Guys, John, quiet. I'm going to move you from over that corner. You're talking way too much. Chase. Yes, sir. A lot of times, yes, sir.
Well, you admitted lying to the priest, and then you betrayed the priest. You could just say, and like get a bunch of witnesses and say like you lied because you admit everything to him, and then you just have to kill.
That's why who had a lot of power back in that day? Not the king, but the Pope. Right? The Pope had a lot of power because of this stuff. All right, continuing with this note. After going through all these motions, yes, sir, Micah. I would also be the same. My dad's a big man. He's a little shorter than me. He's 6'1", but weighs 240. He's in the military. Yeah, I mean, I like fighting him, but he probably would still beat me. I am taller, but he's a lot bigger. All right, yes, we box all the time.
The people of this middle age still agonize over their salvation. Again, shh. Okay, we have this argument of salvation is either through Aaron, either through believing and accepting Christ as Savior, or during this time, what is the other way to be, the false way to be saved? By what? By works. Okay, the belief of Catholic Church by confessing to the priest and by works. The false idea, but this is what's taking over. People are just starting to believe that, again, because people couldn't read the Bible for themselves. Okay, they would just listen to the priest. Nico, turn around, please. Just pick it up and then sit back down. Joey, put your mask on. That's not that difficult. Okay, 24, indulgences. Again, we're learning these terms of these things that the Catholic people did. Indulgences were certificates from, that should be from, man, I'm sorry.
Why do you still get form?
I don't know, dude. 9th and 10th grade, it was supposed to say appeals, and I kept on putting apples. I must have been hungry. I don't know. Apples are much better than appeals, though. All right, so these indulgences, yes, sir, Nico. Shh. Cody, what we say about comments? Just shh. Raise your hand if you have a comment. Nico. Yes, we're going to talk about it in a second. Indulgences were certificates from the Pope that excused a person from doing penance and shortened the required stay in purgatory before going to heaven. Okay, we're going to learn what purgatory is here in a moment. Okay, basically in the Catholic Church, I'm just going to summarize it so once we get to the note, you'll know what it is. Purgatory, is that in-between state. So you still had heaven and hell. Okay, but purgatory would mean like, so say Bella's the Pope, which would never happen. She would be a nun, obviously. But say she's the Pope. Okay, and she would have, or I would go to her because I was a bad person or I sinned, and I'll go to her and say, hey, here's $50. You know what? Here's $50. All right. All right. You have to return this though. All right, but here's $50. Shh. Okay, say my penance. Okay, listen up. This is important. Say my penance was 50 years in purgatory. Again, not hell. It's an in between. It's just as bad as hell, but it's not hell. It's not the same. Shh. It's only a swear word if used in the wrong tense. Shh. Okay, it's a quick, easy wall, you know. All right, so I give the Pope, whether money or a sacrifice or some kind of form of, well, put your bottle down, too distracting. And I give it to her, say, hey, can you take off some years from my purgatory? I know I was a little bad, but this will like make me better, you know, because I paid you. We can be tight, me and the Pope, me and Bella, we'll be tight. You'll talk to God and say, hey, Mr. Coral wasn't that bad. He gave me $50. Give him a few less years. All right, that's what they would believe, though. Isn't that a little funny? Man, I can just pay someone and I can not go to hell. That's not how it works. See, the Bible tells us if we don't trust and believe on Christ, man, there is no other way of salvation. If we don't believe on him with all of our heart and accept that he died and rose again from the grave 3 days later, that we will be forever in eternity in hell. And the Bible tells us it's not a good place, and I'm sure you've heard that. There's fire that's hotter than anything we can do here on earth. There's gnashing of teeth, so you know that grinding sound on the chalkboard, and like when you guys are like, oh, that sound, whatever that sound to you is. People smashing their teeth, yeah, the nails on something. Okay, that's going to be in hell constantly. Remember, people are constantly burning. There's going to be gnashing of teeth, screaming. All right, one person raise your, you know what? I'm just say Cody. I'm going to say Cody. No one else. Cody, give me a nice scream. Give me a nice quick scream. Quick, loud, 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 loud. All right, he was more of a grunt. All right, shh. But there's going to be screaming. Who's ever broken a bone? Okay, don't tell me out loud. Raise your hand. I've never broken a bone, so I can't attain to this. Shh. I've never torn a muscle, and I've never broken a bone. I sprained my ankle, and I've strained some muscles, but that's not tear. I'm still going to get my $50. I still remember, you know. All right, but, okay, when you break a bone a lot of times, right, it's pain. Not right away, but it's like 5 seconds after you break it. You're like, oh, my leg! You know, you're screaming. You're like, oh, my foot! I broke my foot! Some of us probably, shh. Some of us probably use some foul language. Shh. Quiet, Joey. Okay? Some of you know what I'm talking about. Again, I've never experienced this. Shh. No. Okay? But this is what would happen. All right? That pain in hell. Okay, so these people and these Catholics, people in the back, again, this is why we're probably going to be moved. okay, they would say, hey, I don't want to go there, so can I just pay you, pay this penance, these indulgences, so I can just go to purgatory for like 10 years, 1 year, I'm rich, so I just say, hey, here's all this money, Bella. I don't have a lot of money with me, I'm sorry. And I give it to Bella and say, hey, I don't want any time in purgatory. Okay, but that's how it would work. I got my $50 back. Sorry, I need that. It will come back to you guys later in a different way, and we'll talk about after class. Okay, we're wrapping up. Just a few more things. Wait. No more. Joey, what did I say about the coin? I'm going to take it if you don't put it away in your pocket. Yep, because I'm the Pope. I'm just kidding. All right, so these indulgences, do we understand what an indulgence is? Yes. All right, we understand that there is no such thing as purgatory. There is heaven, someone that believes with all their heart. The Bible tells us that whosoever calleth upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. Meaning, okay, I maybe pray, bow my head, and I say, hey, Lord, I know I've done wrong, which all of you have done wrong. Mr. Coral has done wrong. Okay, we've all done something wrong, whether it's steal the cookie from the cookie jar, okay, talked after Mr. Coral said not talking. Whether small or big, we've all done something wrong. We've all done something wrong. That means we have sinned. Aaron, put it on the ground. Do not touch it again. Aaron has done something wrong. All right? We've all done something wrong. That means the Bible tells us we need a Savior. We need a payment for our sin. Money can't buy it. Works can't buy it. Okay, your kindness can't buy it. You being the best at Fortnite can't buy it. You being the best looking, quiet. Joey and Aaron, if I hear one more comment, it's demerits and I'm sending you to the office. You're being a distraction to my class. All right, being the best at anything can't buy it. The only thing that can buy it is you sitting down and acknowledging you've done wrong. Again, talking straight to God, not a man, not a pope. Saying, hey, God, I've done wrong. Hey, God, I need forgiveness for my sins. And I know you died on the cross around 2,000 years ago, and you shed your blood, and you were whipped and tortured, and you had a crown of thorns. And you had to go through all these things for me. God, thank you for doing that. Can you save me from my sin? Okay, that's the only way. And the Bible tells us Jesus and God will never turn away someone that asks for his forgiveness. And then it says, once you're saved, it's like you're in the hand of God. You can never be plucked from his hand. All right, I might be able to hold on to that coin that Joey loves to play with right now. And I might say, guys, come and try to pull this from my hand. I bet most of you can't. But after a while, say we've gone through a few of them. Okay, and then we get to Cody or John. I'm getting a little tired. My hand's going to be a little weak. And they're probably going to get the coin sometime or later, whether it's a girl or a guy. I think some of the girls could probably get it rather than the guys. Shh. Okay, we just have a few more minutes. Okay, but when the Bible tells us after we're saved, we're in the hand of God, okay, no man can pluck you from the hand of God. No sin after you're saved can take you from the hand of God. Once you accept Christ as your Savior, you're always saved. That means when you die, you get to go to heaven. A place that the Bible tells us has streets of gold, that has all these wondrous things, and you can read that in the Bible. But the most important thing that's in heaven, man, the coolest thing that's in heaven, yeah, God's there. We get to be in the presence of the person that died for us, for me, and for you. When we're in hell, although all those bad things I just said were there as I was yelling and other people were trying to yell like Cody, all those bad and painful things are there. Guess what the worst thing is about being in hell? Satan. Not even Satan. The worst thing about being in hell is that you're eternally, not like a lifetime, not 50 years, 100 years, which would be a really long life, for eternity. You will never be in the presence of God. You will never feel the Holy Spirit upon you. You will never get to talk to him. You will never get to be in the presence of God ever again. You will be eternally punished and away from him. That's the worst thing about being in hell. All right, and these people during this Catholic time, man, they were confused. They were deceived. Sadly, even today, a lot of people choose not to believe. They still believe, hey, if I'm a good person, there's a lot of good people in this world. I have relatives, they're good people. But the sad thing is they just haven't trusted on Christ. They said, oh man, I have enough money. My life's good. You know what? My life's good. I'm taken care of. I don't need God right now. The sad thing is we wait until we need God. Whether when we're sick, we're out of money, maybe we're on the street, we're in a tough spot in our life. We wait until we need God. But guess what? We always need God. We need him after we're saved. Because life ain't easy. All right, and I really, really want to harp on this. Because even in this time in history, I know we're just talking about history class. This is a problem today. It's a problem today. So many people are deceived by false religions. And they don't trust on the one true person that can save them and take them to heaven when they die. And if you guys have never done that, I mean, you can talk to me if you want to. You can talk to other teachers if you're more comfortable with them. But, man, don't be embarrassed. Don't say, man, I don't want to talk to anyone about that. Don't say, I don't care, this is stupid. Man, I challenge you. And this is the end of class. I challenge you. Ask someone. Because it will be the best decision. The best decision in your life won't be who you get to marry, although I love Mrs. Coral. And someday, hopefully, you guys get to find someone. It won't be the job that you love. If I got to be an NBA player, it wouldn't be that. It won't be being a doctor. If Aaron became the world champion of Fortnite in the world, it wouldn't be that. Yeah. Shh. The best decision that you would ever make in your life, whether you've done it yet or if you haven't, is the day you accept Christ as your Savior. That will be the best day of your life. All right, class is dismissed. There is no homework tonight, so you're welcome. All right, be ready for a quiz on Thursday. We'll review before take it like I always do. Okay, but you guys are dismissed. Distant learners, let me know if you have any questions. Oh, yes, announcement before any of you leave. Distant learners, let me know if you have any questions. We'll be back tomorrow.